University with satellite campuses in 150 countries. And the Supreme Council of Buddhism is the establisher of over 1,000 Kailasa ecosystems and the founder and reviver of over 100 Satvitamita. The Supreme Council of Hinduism is the collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million multi-subscriptions, and over 20 million digital books.
And with that, now we will be getting into the next segment of this program, which is the manifestation of extraordinary Shaktis, the divine powers. So we will now be seeing the live demonstration of extraordinary Shaktis in this segment. And we will be learning about the science of power manifestation. So today, you will all be witnessing a live demonstration of the powers. So the Nithyananda yogis, the Balasans, and the initiate disciples will be sharing and demonstrating to all of you the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation awakened in us through the science of Diksha initiation by the Supreme Pontiff. And in today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of you will also be receiving initiations into all the various Shaktis with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff. And you will all be manifesting the power of third eye, which is seen with eyes blindfolded, as well as many other extraordinary Shaktis. And now some of you might be wondering where exactly the third eye is located and how it works. So the third eye is the cosmic browsing center located between the brows, which upon initiation, one can effortlessly see and express powers through the third eye just as you would with your two eyes. And now let us see what exactly are these Shaktis, how they manifest, what is their source, and much more. So in the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, divine powers. And manifesting powers are described as a system, a method, and a science for human beings. They explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. And the Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are a divine and you need to manifest the divine, not that you are a man and you need to reach the divine. So now, many of you might have heard the term Siddhi. There's a very common term used for any type of extraordinary manifestation. So let us look at the exact difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru and their source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest when tapas or penance for enlightenment and on the path of enlightenment. And the few more differences between Shaktis and Siddhis are that Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar and are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and may divert you from enlightenment. And the source of all these Shaktis, Paramashiva, is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. And as the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya or the five cosmic acts of Shrishti, which is creation, Sthiti, which is sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, which is rejuvenation, Trobhava, which is pulling out of the illusion, and Anugraha, which is liberating grace for all living entities. And now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has come down and is the 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and is the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization in Asia. And ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. And it was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle. And for the first time in the modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record breaking pace which is never accomplished before. And all of this knowledge and the science of our manifestation is passed down from one generation to the next through the science of Diksha, which is initiation by the enlightened gurus. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of our manifestation. From the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, Paramashiva Vijnana, and much more. So now let us see how we can awaken these Shaktis in us. How can you manifest these Shaktis in yourself? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully says, every ultimate truth, jnana, is mapped into your consciousness, prajna, and it manifests as a possibility and power of every being. And the science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidences or pramanas. So the first is the Shastra Pramana, which is the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. And then the next is the Apta Pramana, which are the experiences and results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, where the Vedic rishis and scientists have time tested and verified these sciences. The next is the Atma Pramana, which is an account from the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of the power manifestation. And then the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. And the Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus and are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. And the Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology and the applied sciences are expanded. So the Vedas and the Veda Agamas are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashivoham. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. And a reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana. So now, with that, let us all get ready to witness a very unique and very exciting demonstration of the powers of third eye. After we go through the pramanas for the power of third eye, which is seen with eyes blindfolded. So the first, the Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye, comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Kapalantarmanonyasya तिष्ठन्मीलितलोचनः क्रमेण मनसोदार्द्यात् लक्ष्ये लक्ष्यमुत्तमम्. And the translation for this verse is, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. And the next is the Apta Pramana for this power, where Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye during the revelation of the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita. So he initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye so Arjuna can see Bhagavan Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan. He can behold Bhagavan Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. So Bhagavan Krishna beautifully says to Arjuna, न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुमनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. So in this verse, Bhagavan Krishna beautifully says, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. So this comes from the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form. And it is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through his third eye. The next is the Atma Pramana. Swamiji beautifully shares in his own words. He says, the first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree, 10 directions, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel and experience all of that as me. And the next is the Pratyaksh Pramana. So all of you can see here, study measures were done on the Supreme Point himself using a positron emission tomography, a PET scan. And using that, his brain waves was measured. And it was measured that when doing daily activities, there's high activity in the brain where the third eye is located. And when in deep samadhi state, only the third eye region is active, and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So now with that, let us all now get into the Sakshi Pramana, the live demonstration of this. Let us get into the live Sakshi Pramana, the live demonstration of this power, the power of third eye. Yes. So now we will be getting into the live demonstration of this power. So here all of you can see this IBAN. In front, it is a thick opaque plastic sheet, and in the back, there is thick black sponge which will not allow any type of light to enter. And this IBAN is actually certified by ophthalmologists, and it is usually given to people who are suffering from insomnia so they can have better sleep. So this IBAN will now be put on my eyes by a volunteer, and once it is done, any of you watching us live on YouTube, you can put your comments in the live YouTube comment section, and I will be reading out your comments. You can put anything that you would like me to read. So now this IBAN will be put on my eyes by a volunteer. Yes. So now the IBAN has been put. I will be turning to my right, left, up, and down. So all of you can see that there's no gaps anywhere around. And now the YouTube comment section will be projected in front of me. And we'll also be projecting it for all of you. And anyone of you watching us live on YouTube, you can post your comments in the live YouTube comment section on Kailasa HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. It can be anything that you want me to read. It can be a sequence of emojis, numbers, letters, words, sentences. It can be anything. And as we wait for some comments, here I have this guaranteed solutions book. And I will be opening a random page of this book in front of all of you. And I will be reading the contents of the page. So I will be opening a random page now. So I've opened a random page, all of you can see. And now I will be reading the contents of this page. So this is page number 412 and 413. And it says, they play their parts meticulously. Taking the first step or the U turn is what is the most difficult thing. When you take the U turn, half the job is done. You then become more malleable to the ways of existence. When you take the U turn, everything becomes meditation. Whether it is walking or talking or singing or dancing or simply putting your clothes on or taking them off, everything becomes a meditation and is done with increasing awareness. You will simply watch yourself doing these things and slowly understand the whole world is an illusion. When you take your first step inwards, you have, in effect, taken a leap because the first step is the real leap. Until then, you only philosophize. Convince yourself and others that you are seeking and get more confused with lesser determination day by day. When you take the first step, you are ready to win yourself. To win others is very easy. Just take a few weapons or use your tongue and simply tear them apart. That's all. But to win yourself takes real courage. This Vishuddhi Chakra is all about winning yourself. When you look inwards, you are ready to win yourself. Of course, when you are on the path inwards, there might not be anything tangible to the people around you in what you are doing. Only you will know that everything is happening inside and not outside. Only you will be aware of the revolution that is happening inside you. Only you will be able to tell the growing intelligence inside you. So that is the continuation of the sentence on 412. All of you can see. This is page number 412, and I also show the first two lines of page 413. So all of you can see this as well. And yes, once again, if any of you would like to put in your comments, you can put your comments. Yes. So now let us open another page and see another solution from this Gantt Solutions book that Swami is giving all of us. So this is another page I've opened. So this page is page number 184 and 185. And on page number 184, it says, when you are reborn in this fashion, you will be free from grips of all worries, illnesses, and other emotions. Even if any of these happen to you, you will be able to handle them with ease that you never knew before. You will be able to become an observer of everything that is happening to you and around you. I was watching the television the other day in a hotel where our meditation program took place. On one Indian channel, there was a duet going on from an old movie. On another Indian channel, there was another duet going from a new movie. I was telling my secretary that these two channels only showed that there has been no growth in man's consciousness. He was shocked at my observation and agreed with me. The same patterns get repeated again and again, like five people kicking a ball around in a closed room. At least in the West, they go to extremes and explore things and come back. There is at least social intelligence in the West, if not a growing consciousness. Familiar patterns can make our intelligence totally dead. Worries are nothing but familiar patterns stored in our minds, ready to impose themselves upon us again and again. When I tell people these things, they tell me, Swamiji, I understand what you are saying, but I am not able to overcome it. I tell you, just allow my words to penetrate you and create a space in you. That is enough. This is where meditation can help. What I do in my meditation camps is I give you the outer understanding and then work on it, penetrating you through meditation. So all of you can see the page. Yes, and now we have a few comments from Jnana Pradayani, and we're projecting comments for all of you. So Jnana Pradayani has the first comment that she had put has been retracted, and the next comment she has put, I don't know why I don't do yoga and pada pushes every day. I think it's supposed to be pada puja, but it's a typing error has become pada pushes, and um so I don't know why I don't do yoga and pada pushes every day. I get sad and I stop doing it. Why does that happen to me? What is my problem? Can you please tell me? Yes, ma. So yes, I will be doing the scan, and before that, now we will be going to the next power of body scanning. So in the power of body scanning, after going through the four pramanas, I will be scanning you. So now I request the volunteer to now give me the item. Yes, so all of you can see the item. There is nothing added or removed from it. Yes, and now we will be moving to the next power, the power of body scanning. So anyone who would like a body scan can put your comments in the YouTube comment section. We already have a comment from Anya and Priyanka. So we'll be going now through the four pramanas for this power. So the first is the Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmataraani cha tatvani yani nilayam vyatvante vyajyate para. And the translation for this verse is Bhagavan Paramashiva says in this verse that cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi Adi Shakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. And the next is the Apta Pramana, where Krishna initiates Arjuna, which comes from the life of a Siddha, whose name is Thereya. So one day a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agastya for healing. And Agastya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small Thereya, a type of rock, sitting in the person's brain, and Agastya immediately then instructs his disciple Thereya to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. And once the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache, thus giving the name Thereya. And the next is the Atma Pramana for this power, where Swamiji revealed on the 22nd of December 2019 of how he uses the power of body scanning, paraphrasing his words. Only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods in certain medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems and balances had happened and why balances had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. And here you can all see the Sakshi Pramana. And millions around the world have experienced this power. And all of you will also be experiencing this power. So now let us see a live demonstration of this power. So Manyanatharai, now I will be scanning your body now. And I will be starting the scan. Yes, Ma. So what I was able to see for you, Ma, Manyanatharai, was that it is actually not that you become sad or anything. It is just a mind game going on. So like you either get tired or you get bored, and that it gets projected as sadness, and due to that you are feeling that um you are getting sad and you are stopping puja, but it is actually uh it is just the mind game. And the solution that I was able to see for this was for you to consciously drop it. And even if you feel that way, just continue doing the yoga and pada puja, and you will see that within few days you will just see that Swamiji takes care of that, and that feeling just drops. So consciously just drop it and just continue the yoga and pada puja, even for a few seconds. If you feel like that, chant the Mahavakya and get back to the space, and just continue consciously and awarely, and you will see that it just gets dropped. So this is what I was able to see for you, Manyanatharai. And if you are able to relate, you can get back in the comment section. And yes, with that, I thank all of you who have joined us today for the Power Manifestation segment. And we will now be moving to the next segments of this program, where we will be learning more about Devi Parashakti, who is Devi Parashakti, and much more. So once again, I thank all of you for joining this for the Power Manifestation segment, and please stay tuned for the further segments of this program. So now in this next segment, we will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness, about who is Devi Parashakti. So we'll be first looking at a Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. सिन्दूरारुणविग्रहां त्रिनयनामाणिक्यमौलिस्फुरत् तारानायकशेखरां स्मितमुखीं मापीनवक्षोरुहां पाणिभ्यामलिपूर्णरत्नचषकं रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नघटस्थरक्तचरणां ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्. And the translation for this verse is: the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with the triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. And another Dhyana Shloka, which also comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka, beautifully says: अरुणां करुणां तरङ्गताक्षीं धृतपाशाङ्कुशपुष्पबाणचापाम् अनिमादिभिरावृतामयुकैः रहमित्येव विभावये भवानी. And the translation is: I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the nose, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima of her race, and she is the self within. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in, and the source for the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, and the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are in even now, and in which all of us are going to live. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as Ninjavatara of the Supreme Font of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving wounds, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And Devi Parashakti beautifully reveals how she is manifesting as a supreme individual. She says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Shrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini who is in Kailasa, Sri Purachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranya Garbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayovana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nityananda, I came here as Ninjavatara. With great compassion and blessing, listen people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara. Devi Parashakti continues to reveal, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Priya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as gotras of seven rishis, expanding as eight directions, filled, existing as nine grahas, blossoming as ten indriyas, being as 11 rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nityananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let us see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen. So you can always receive her in a very traditional way. You can keep two beet leaves, one banana, one beetle nut, and a coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who might be wondering what exactly a coin is considered as or what is its importance, in the Hindu tradition, a coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina. And it is usually given in temples as an offering to the deities, or it is even given to people when they come to your homes for the first time, or when you see them for the first time, or during some rituals. And it can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be just 1 paise. In the US, it can even be just a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And you can offer that to Devi Parashakti. And once darshan is over, you can do namaskar and eat the banana, beet leaf, and the beetle, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that you collect, you can send it to the Los Angeles temple for the further procedures. Now, this beet leaf and beetle nut may look too small, but in a few days, you will actually see how much it adds to your sentiment that really Devi Parashakti is there. You will not take the Devi darshans for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to powerful consciousness. It will break your unconscious behavior. Now here you can all see how you can arrange and set up your tambula. So you can set up the two beet leaves, the beet nut, the banana, and the coin. You can arrange it on a plate and keep it in front of the screen. You can also keep a few additional items such as a few fresh flowers, kumkum, turmeric, glass bangles, and a coconut. But the four basic items is the beet leaf, the beet nut, the banana, and the coin. So you can arrange all the items in a plate, keep it in front of the screen as you receive the Parashakti. So the next time when you are getting ready for the darshan, you can set up your own set of tambulam to receive Devi Parashakti in a very traditional way. And with that, we now come to a conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive Devi Parashakti. And we will now be moving to the next segment of this program where all of us will be learning what exactly Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings and how important it is for us to follow what Devi Parashakti has revealed on all the various causes and solutions for the problems that the world is going through today. So please stay tuned for the next segment where we will all be learning what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings. So let us first see the compassion of the avatar. So in the Guru Paduka Sutram composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse describes how the Guru Padukas, the sacred feet of the Guru, is the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. So the first verse of the Guru Paduka Sutram says, अनंत संसार समुद्रतार नौकायिताभ्यां गुरुभक्तिदाभ्यां वैराग्य साम्राज्य पूजनाभ्यां नमो नमः श्री गुरुपादुकाभ्यां. And the translation for this verse is salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is the boat which helps me cross the ocean of and cross which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with the sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation. And many of us feel stuck in the same storming and raging ocean, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of the suffering that surrounds us during the Pralaya, the Great Deluge. And our loved ones are dying due to the pandemic. Our homes are being destroyed due to natural disasters, and social institutions are crumbling, and the whole humanity is in a desperate and a dire need of hope. And it is at this time that the Cosmic Mother comes to elevate the suffering of humanity. And it is also at this time that the Supreme Pontiff Hinduism, the incarnation of the superconsciousness, of out of his love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility of for the superconscious breakthrough of the whole of humanity, is manifesting Devi Parashakti, the Cosmic Mother, and guiding and healing the whole world as literally the boat that sails us through the Pralaya, the cosmic deluge. And Devi Parashakti is herself manifesting through the Javatara and answering each and every one of our prayers and granting boons, healing us, and manifesting miracles in all of our lives, removing all our pains and suffering. And Devi has actually not just attended to us individually, but also to humanity at large. And Devi Parashakti has guided the whole of humanity in the form of the relations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, showing us the future regarding the global issues, the COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and storms, etc. And even the twisted human conspiracies that and underground wars which have not surfaced to common knowledge as yet. So in this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, scientific, and scriptural references of each sacred revelation that has manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti. For us to imbibe deeply and start following as Devi Parashakti continues to protect us until the storm ends and we safely harbor at the shores of our consciousness. So let us now look at the revelation that Devi Parashakti has made on the 8 methods to protect yourself from COVID 19, done, revealed on the 30th of April 2021.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட, நன்மையை சொல்லிட, தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாய் வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5, சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6, நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7, பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். எட்டில் ஒன்று செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப் Parashakti.
So let us look at baby Parashakti's revelation now. Oh, humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection of corona. Through these 8 ways, praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I'm residing, worshiping by doing fire walking, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day, being in the unplugged state, filling with eternal bliss.
Doing ajapa of the cosmic sound, Shiva, 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 with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in heels and going to sleep. Being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Spurina that blossoms as Aham Aham in the state of Ananda Spurina. Everyone who thinks on me through these 8 ways, they will not have effects of corona. They don't have fear of and delusion of corona. You will live with prosperity, with wisdom and fortune. Me with you, you as me as you. You will live good life. Even if you do one of these 8 ways, I will protect you. Corona will not reach you. Don't have fear, O people. Be blissful.
So Devi Parashakti has revealed the 8 methods to protect all of us from COVID-19. So now we will see each of these methods and the benefits and the science behind these methods.
So let us now look at the first method, which is praying and meditating on Devi Parashakti.
So science has extensively studied meditation, and here Helpline has listed out 12 of the science-based benefits of meditation, which includes that it reduces stress, it controls anxiety, it promotes emotional health, it enhances self-awareness, it lengthens the attention span, it may reduce age-related memory loss, it can generate kindness, it may help fight addiction, it improves sleep, it helps control pain, it can decrease the blood pressure, and it is easily accessible anywhere. And the Department of Health and Human Services in the United States has studied the benefits of meditation and has found that meditation has a direct benefit to both our physical as well as our mental health.
And another study done by Cambridge University Press reiterates the necessity of meditation during the times of crisis such as COVID-19. So here you can see the study done by Cambridge University Press Public Health Emergency Collection, which they have done.
And a study published in Everyday Health explains how praying and spirituality protect the emotional health by offering a bigger sense of purpose, by providing social support, by lifting the spirit, and by helping to cope with difficulties. And a September 2015 report published in Health Psychology found that when researchers followed 191 people with congestive heart failure for 5 years, it was found that those who reported feeling spiritual peace and also made some healthy lifestyle changes were significantly more likely to live longer than their peers. People with major depressive disorder or chronic mental illnesses who report high levels of religiosity, which includes daily religious experiences, generally become more optimistic than their peers. This was found in a study published in July 2015 in Depression and Anxiety.
us all watch a video where the avatar himself demonstrates how meditation directly impacts our brain.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that. Because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They're replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here, right in the middle, probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life, so the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed, but this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area, and when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. It basically evokes pleasure chemicals. You eat the same thing is with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human beings experience involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing known as Nitya spiritual healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena Scientific Data.
Yes. And now that we've understood how meditation directly impacts our brains, according to modern science, let us now watch the video about how prayer actually can reduce our stress and helps us connect with the entire cosmos. Let us watch Swamiji's own revelation of this.
If you are not allowed to do yoga, made to believe early morning sleep is the best thing in your life, you are tortured, you are abused, your divine rights are violated. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early morning, Brahma Muhurta time, and everyday puja, sit that 30-40 minutes and melt down by feeling connection. Understand, nothing can be compared to prayer to bust your stress. I tell you, prayer is the best stress buster. Deep feeling connection and tears rolling in your eyes and melting down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearning, Vyakulata, talking to Paramashiva, relating to Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, everyday puja is an ultimate recharging experience. If you do everyday puja, the kind of the stress-free life you will live, your whole biological clock will be aligned to Kailasa. I tell you, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. In my whole life, it is Nitya Puja that gave me all the best things of life. Everyday puja, relating with the deities is the best stress buster. Touch the deities, do decoration, dress up. Even now, my best time of the day is when I sit with my deities. When I sit with my deities, dress up the deities, jewel them, spend time with them, talk to them, intensely pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand? You do not know the power of Archavatara. God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What living avatar can do to you, an Archavatara can do. Atma Linga I am giving to all of you is literally living Archavatara. It's a piece of God. Literally.
And the next method that Devi Parashakti has revealed is surrendering to Devi through social media. During the Akashic reading, Devi Parashakti gives us the opportunity to connect with her through various social media platforms and attends individually to our prayers and showers us with blessings and food. Let us now see how we can connect to Devi Parashakti through social media.
So on YouTube, you can join as a member. Just below the live video, you can click on the join button and become a member of the YouTube channel and ask your question in the comment section.
So you can go ahead and like and follow Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, and you can submit your questions in the comment section of the live video during the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading.
And on Twitter, you can follow at Sri Nithyananda on Twitter, and you can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag #AskAvata.
And you can also connect on Instagram by following at Sri Nithyananda on Instagram and ask your questions in the comment section of the photo.
And next, you can go to the main website, kailasa.org, and ask your questions in the WhatsApp chat box, which is below. And yes, you can ask your questions in the WhatsApp chat on kailasa.org on the main website.
So let us now watch a short clip of the Parashakti blessing.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளியே, ஓம் காளி, ஓம் சக்தி.
From Devi Parashakti herself, with ask the live comment section of the YouTube video and the other various social media platforms. So the next method to connect to protect yourself from COVID-19 is by worshiping Devi Parashakti wherever she resides by doing the fire walk. And fire walking, as revealed by the Supreme Concept, is an alchemy process Our rishis and munis have been, in the words of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself, our rishis and munis have been adept and master in every field, whether health or keeping society safe, in every field. So all the vratams, the pujas, the spiritual techniques, the religious rituals, anything they design is highly scientific and directly useful to the life. Coronavirus will not affect you at all because that fire walking time, that small blisters you get just shoots up your whole immunity. That power, the power to protect yourself from any virus or any problem, it's actually a powerful technique. It's a very powerful technique followed in those days, especially during this season.
And especially that is done very traditionally and systematically. If you had even small blisters, and even if you did not have any blisters, you are protected already from corona problem. You will not be affected at all. Corona will not work on you. It will not affect you. And don't worry, it is a traditional way of making you immune. Actually, it's a traditional vaccination process. It's 11 feet length. The burning live charcoal on which you are supposed to walk with the traditional powerful music that activates your lymph system, that mukulam, we call it in the back of the neck. This music will feel like it is hitting the back of your neck and your whole detox system will be awakened. In that peak altered state of consciousness, you should walk on the fire. Not just like that, you should walk. You should first awaken, trigger, and detox the detox system, and then walk on the fire, 11 feet fire.
And if you do for one fire walking, you are absolutely protected from corona. Pray to Mahamariam and do the fire walking. That is it. It's like a traditional, powerful vaccination. Pray to Parashakti Mahamari, do the Pachupati Vratam. Do this traditional fire walking, and you are absolutely protected from coronavirus. No need to panic. Traditional vaccination, traditional, natural, organic, no bad side effect vaccination is the Hindu fire walk.
So now let us watch a video where the Supreme Point of Hinduism speaks about the science behind firewalking.
All these transmutation processes means balancing the system and awakening the whole consciousness to your whole body is what I call transmutation processes. Some parts of your body becomes insensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing, like a feet, because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive, they don't become, they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for the complete Kundalini awakening, your whole body needs to be alive and experiencing the reality and ability to experience the higher consciousness. That is the reason we have the process of fireworks.
Yes. So now let us watch a video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself does the firewalk.
சத்தியம் காத்திடும் உத்தமத்தியே சத்குருவாய் வந்த நித்திய தாயே வேதங்கள் வணங்கிடும் ஆதியும் நீயே ஜோதிமலையிலே அவதரித்தாயே அக்னி வடிவிலே அருள் புரிந்தாயே. தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி. தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி. கருமங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய். கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய். தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி.
Now that we've witnessed the supreme concept of Hinduism itself performing the fire, let us understand what modern science has to say about firewalking. A study conducted by the U.S. National Study of Medicine, the National Institute of Health, regarding the various effects and benefits of firewalking have shown that those who participate in firewalking have increased levels of happiness and lower fatigue levels compared to those who did not participate in firewalking.
And now let us look at the fourth method, which is applying turmeric on your chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on Devi Parashakti every day.
So let us watch the video of the supreme concept of Hinduism itself, revealing the benefits of
Bididi. It is not, I'm not talking from air, I'm talking from ground. In Bididi, before we came to that land, 30 borewells were dug, no water. Now, from the day we came till now, we have water for 10,000 people to live comfortably in that very land. It's only pouring, pouring Karumari's grace wherever we started ashram. Nature completely cooperates because we know biology, whole biology thinks. If you are having bitter relationships in your life, just start drinking bitter neem juice every morning. The problem will be solved. Understand, if you are irritated, even if you don't react, even if you don't talk to people, you release that kind of vibes. Take Haritaki. You will see you release sweet kind of vibes. Take neem juice. You release healing, compassionate vibes. A woman who applies neem powder and takes bath, who applies turmeric powder and takes bath, is equivalent to Karumari Mahamayi. That neem paste and turmeric powder, if a woman takes bath with that, she is equivalent to Mahamayi. She is embodiment of Karumari because she will be manifesting that same vibes of Karumari. I sincerely recommend people start doing all these activities like applying neem paste and taking bath, applying haritaki powder and taking bath, applying turmeric powder and taking bath, applying basma and taking bath, especially for men, basma, for women, neem paste and turmeric paste. All four can be used by both all genders. That is different. If you want specific, I'll recommend the neem and turmeric for female body. So now with this understanding the whole biology things, think Mahavagya. This is Ajapa Japa. Think Mahavagya.
And now that we've understood the benefits of making neem juice, let us now look at turmeric. Traditionally, turmeric is very well known for its anti-inflammatory effects, and current research has also shown that curcumin, in the last 2 decades, has been shown to be a potent immunomodulator agent that can modulate the activation of T cells, B cells, macrophages, neutrophils, and natural killer cells, and dendritic cells, which are all immune cells. And curcumin can also downregulate the expression of various pro-inflammatory cytokines and chemokines. And this research done by the U.S. National Center for Biotechnology Information shows that turmeric can modulate the activation of various immune cells as well as enhance the body's antibody responses. So this boosts the immune system, and with a strengthened immune system, you will be more likely to stay healthy and be able to maintain an active lifestyle.
And even a research in a study from India.com mentions that neem can help you in fighting against coronavirus. And it says that it is an important part of Ayurveda, and neem can be effective in dealing with the novel coronavirus infection.
And turmeric and neem are effective against coronavirus according to a KGMA study. So now let us look at the next method. With complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the peels and going to sleep. So this is a very simple method for ensuring to apply banana peel and onion and peel. You can just wrap it around your feet and put a sock over it before going to sleep. And this will completely detoxify the entire body and of course protect you from COVID-19. And Medical Daily has published an article on the detoxifying effects of onion. And it states that onion contains a high amount of sulfur compounds, which not only give onions their recognizable smell, but are also powerful detoxifying agents. And with more than 100 sulfur containing compounds, which are what cause the eyes to tear, onions can help prevent and treat ailments from diabetes to heart disease, which is why it's very well known also in Ayurveda and traditional Hindu medicine systems for its medicinal purposes. And it's used for the treatment of many illnesses. And a review in the Journal of Phytotherapy on detoxifying effects of onion, it states that compounds from onion have been reported to have a range of health benefits, which includes anti-carcinogenic properties, anti-platelet activity, anti-thrombotic activity, anti-asthmatic, and antibiotic effects.
Yes, and now let us look at the sixth step, which is being unclutched in an unclutched state filled with eternal bliss. So let us first look at a video where the Supreme Point Hinduism explains about the science of unclutching.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is a shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. is similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent, and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick, that is, our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above silently like Dakshinamurti and feels why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
Yes. Now that we've understood the science behind unclutching, you can take a few moments in your day to experience the state of unclutching. So you can sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and have your eyes closed. Intensely chant the Mahatma. Do not engage with any thoughts or emotions. Purely let the face of unclutching manifest in you. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And you can do this at any time in your day when you have a moment, and you can experience this beautiful science of untouching. And when you take a moment to do this, you can also fill out your minutes for peace at kailasa.tv/minutes, the number 4, peace. And we will be projecting that link shortly. So at any time in your day when you get a moment, please do take the time to experience the science of untouching as revealed by Buddhism, which is enough to protect you from COVID-19 itself.
And now let us look at the next step, the seventh step, which is to do the ajapajapa of the cosmic sound, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. So a study conducted by the US National Library of Medicine on the benefits of chanting clearly establishes how doing the ajapajapa, chanting, has a direct and positive benefit of the physical health and the mental well-being. And the study correlates the chanting of Ajapajapa to the vagus nerve stimulation used as a treatment for depression and epilepsy. So here you can see the study done by the National Library of Medicine, US National Library of Medicine.
And another study conducted by Dr. Masaru Emoto establishes that human intentions and words or thoughts can actually change the molecular structure of molecular formation in water. This research clearly shows that when the water is being exposed to positive sound vibrations, the molecular formation in the water changes to a very beautiful, pleasant structure. However, when it is exposed to negative sounds or vibrations, the water becomes disfigured or disintegrated. And we can see in the next slide the various examples of how water reacts to positive sound vibrations and positive words versus the negative sound vibrations and negative words.
And here you can see the pictorial depiction of how the water molecular formations respond to different words being uttered. So this research shows the impact of few words on one glass of water. But imagine what happens inside your body, which is composed of up to 90% of water. And what will happen when you do the chanting of the Japa Japa, the chanting of the powerful sacred mantras. So yes, here you can see the pictorial the depiction of water formation, molecular formation. So you can see how the formation is with compassion and with words like thank you and wisdom. And you can see how it becomes with heavy metal music or with the words that I will kill you or you're a fool. And you can also see the water formation, which is before and after a Buddhist prayer.
So if you take a moment in your day to experience these two methods of protecting yourself from COVID-19 and clutching, as well as chanting the Ajaba Ajaba of Shiva Shiva Shiva, you can go ahead and log your minutes for peace at kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. And this is a grand initiative that the Supreme Concept has started to benefit the whole of humanity. And in the words of the Supreme Concept of Buddhism himself, if 10,000 people can do this just for 3 months, we can give such a powerful superconscious breakthrough to the whole of humanity because all of us are interconnected. We are not all islands. These are all fundamental truths. When you start unclutching, Kailasa starts experiencing the joy and bliss of you unclutching. Nothing goes to waste because
And now let us look at the eighth step, which is the eighth, the last step. So that is being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Spurana that blossoms as Aham, the Ananda Spurana. So just by the simple remembrance of the divine, of Paramashiva, of the Parashakti, of the divine, you can experience oneness and the ultimate space.
yes. And now with this, now that we've understood all the various ways that Devi Parashakti has revealed to protect us from COVID-19, you can use any of these methods and they are individually effective by themselves. So ensure that you are protecting yourself using these methods and ensure that you are heeding to Devi's words and warnings and uh, suggestions of how to protect yourself and to, of course, make that your first priority this year. And Devi Parashakti reveals that one of the best ways to protect yourself from COVID-19 is by praying to Devi Parashakti. So in this next segment, we will be understanding the various ways and methods that we can connect and pray, deeply meditate on Devi Parashakti through the various offerings in this next segment. in this offering segment, we will understand how now an offering is a giving of a divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness. And it consists of two parts, the giving and the acceptance. And only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. Offerings are not made out of fear nor out of greed, but when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand lila played out for the only purpose of your enlightenment. Yes, and this is the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti, and it translates. This is from the Mulagama Manormani Dhyanam, and it translates moonlight face holding the Vedas in one hand, fire in eyes with the lotus flower gracing the blessed hand, and one hand with the Japamala beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments, in wonderful clothes in shining crowns. Her name is Manonmani. And it continues on. I meditate on Devi with the three eyes glowing like a moon, and holding the Veda, the lotus, and gracing the blessed and gracing hand. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods, and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. So many of these offerings we will see in this segment will be made in gold. And this is because gold is a very significant and divine element in Hinduism. In the Atharva Veda, it describes the origins of gold, triply born by, in the translation of this verse, states, triply born by birth is this gold, from the atoms of Agni is born. It becomes dearest to Agni, one fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. Gold is a divine element. It purifies anything that it touches. It is an element of great spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to increase sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. So in this and gold is present in all of our scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, the Smritis, the Itihasas, and the Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal, which purifies our very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual fees were even offered in gold bricks. And when one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing the equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows, and kingdoms were built with huge doorways of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows were even dressed in gold. And the Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold, and the Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold, in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. And gold constitutes the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones who love and revere, especially for the divine. And temples were constructed and paved in gold. Deities were made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserved the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. It lasts forever.
The first offering we can make Devi Parashakti today is the offering of the e-hundi. Just as we have the hundi offerings in every temple in the Hindu tradition, we have the e-hundi offering being made available for all the devotees for the online darshan. Devi is said to be fond of true devotion. So this verse describes Devi's love for true devotion. It says, Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadha Radhya Sharvani Sharmadaini. The meaning of this verse, it says Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fear. If there's any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant the autumn of our lives when our thoughts turn more and more inwards and the role of the divine is known and understood clearly and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu, of Lord Shiva. Sharada Rajya is the one who is worshipped by Devi Sharada, who is Devi Saraswati. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in third form. Sharmadaini is the Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. And through the e-hundi offerings, you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti. And this token of your sacred sentiments is the pure expression of your love and devotion for Devi Parashakti. So you can make the e-hundi offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sankalpa chanting, which is the conscious resolution. It is described in the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34, that the goddess enchants universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. And one can offer the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, and be blessed with the fruition of all the desires and wishes that he is yearning for. So you can make your conscious resolution and offer the conscious resolution on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasa, which is the offering of the pure gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. And this offering is a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. In the Lalita Sahasranama, Devi is described as Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes repetition of her various names. And you can make this offering of the pure gold coin inscribed with the various sacred names of Devi Parashakti and be blessed to imbibe her Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti herself. And you can make this offering in 3 different denominations of $75, $151, and $251. And you can offer any number of coins as you would like to offer. So all of these offerings are available for you to sign up. And offer as your personal gift to Devi Parashakti. And you can make this offering on the website www.kailasavela.com/sevas.
And the next offering that we have is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. And Devi is very well known to be adorned and very fond of pearls. And of course, the pearl represents Devi's infinite compassion. And in this verse, it states, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls, and the vase shining like a full moon, wears anklets that are studded with gemstones, and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of the lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddesses Vani and Dhamma. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And so you can offer this finger ring with a pearl and receive the blessing to be showered by the compassion, pure love of Devi Parashakti in all of your business endeavors.
The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. A verse in the Kamika Agama describes the significance of the gold lotus as follows. It says, Ashtavidyeshwaropeta Kumbha Varana Samyutam Sarve Sasutra Vastrajya Hema Pankaja Bhushitaha Sapidhanas Satcha Purachascha Pakva Bilva Palaprabha Snapanadhyaya Samsiddha Pramanena Samanvitaha. In the translation of this verse, it says all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references in the Vedic scriptures for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate, involving the consecration of the deities of worship, or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during worship. All of these involve the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower in the Hindu tradition. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as a lotus. The base of the Paramashiva linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered a lotus, the one who is about to bloom. You can offer the gold lotus in any of 3 different sizes that you wish to, and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti herself in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situations in life.
The next offering is the Swarnamati, the gold toe ring. And in this verse, it describes the power of Devi Parashakti's just very toenails. And it describes you whose brightness from the toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpower that of the lotus flower. When you offer the Swarnamati, the gold ring, to the feet of Devi Parashakti, you will be blessed to receive the blessing of Devi Parashakti even in the most difficult aspects of your life.
The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarnama Tika, the gold hairline jewelry. Devi is described as Sudha Sharabhi Varshini, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara. That is she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Swarnama Tika represents the overflowing nectar from the Sahasrara, which is fully opened with the sacred sentiment of gratitude. We can make the offering of the Swarnamam Tika, the gold hairline jewelry to Devi Parashakti, and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. And you can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/savas.
The next offering is the Pratiksha Pada Puja, the most favorite offering of all the devotees and disciples of the three paths of Buddhism. And you can offer this to the feet and worship the divine lotus feet of Swamiji himself, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti. In this verse, it describes Devi's feet and its feet. In the Saundarya Lahi, that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before the Devi. Tamogana is darkness, and in this Stotram, tamas is indicative of the ignorance in the minds of the devotees. And by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. So when you offer the Pratiksha Pada Puja to the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Cause of Hinduism, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti, you will be blessed with the ultimate knowledge in the sweetest path to enlightenment itself.
And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Vastra Seva, the offering of the sacred cloth. And traditionally, the sacred cloth is offered as a prayer for the blessing of divine protection at all times. So you can make this offering of the sacred cloth and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidana, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam, through whom the Devi Parashakti is manifesting during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan today. So you can make the offering of the Vastra Seva and receive all the grace, compassion, and blessings of Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being showered on you at all times. So here's the list of the various offerings that one can offer through the website www.kailasamailer.com/savas. The e-hundi offerings can be made in multiple currencies and in any amount as you wish. The offering of the conscious resolution, the Sankalpa chanting, you can make for yourself, your family members, and be blessed to have your prayers, your asked and unasked questions be answered and manifest as reality. Be blessed by Devi Parashakti herself. You can offer the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the pure gold coin inscribed with the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. You can also make the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. You can offer the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower in 3 different sizes. You can make the offering of the Swarna Mitti, the gold toe ring to adorn the lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. You can offer the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry to adorn the hairline of Devi Parashakti, the the hairline that represents the overflowing nectar from the Sahasrara. And you can also make the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, which is one of the most sacred offerings of devotion and gratitude from the disciple to Guru. You can offer the Vastra Seva, and all of these offerings can be made on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So here you can see the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and on this website you can make your various offerings for Devi Parashakti. And if you would like to make an intention to make an offering at this time, you can also submit your intention here on step 1. And if you're ready to make an offering, you can make the offerings on the link on step 2. You can make the offerings for the e-hundi as well as the offerings of jewelry or of sevas that you would like to offer. The e-hundi offerings can be made in multiple currencies: the US dollar, the Australian dollar, the New Zealand dollar, the Canadian dollar, the euro, the Indian rupees, the Singaporean dollar, the Malaysian ringgit, the Great Britain pound, and the Chinese yen. And you can make the offering in any amount of your choice. So you can make the offering in any currency and any amount of your choice. And the offering of jewelry and sevas is made available for your convenience on this website, where you can choose any offering that you would like to offer to Devi Parashakti. You can offer the Devi Sahasranama Kasu in 3 different sizes, the Mukta Anguti, the pearl finger ring, in 3 different sizes, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, the Swarna Mukti, the gold toe ring, the Swarna Mamtika, the gold hairline jewelry, the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the Vastra Seva, and various other offerings to Devi Parashakti are available on this website. And you can choose what is your favorite, what is your personal gift that you want to offer to Devi Parashakti as an expression of your sacred sentiments today. And you can make all of these offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And once you've made the offerings, you can also fill out the Sankalpa details, which is your prayer to Devi Parashakti and the names of your family members and your name, and the names will be chanted during the puja that has been offered to Devi Parashakti. So you can make all of these offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And if you would also like to be part of the e-Kailasa ecosystem, you want to be an e-Kailashian and enjoy the multitude of benefits of being able to directly post your messages to Devi Parashakti for blessings during the darshan, and during all the Bhava Samadhi darshans. If you also wish to post your prayer and messages to Devi Parashakti or Bhagavan Sundareshwara, During any of the Bhava Samadhi Darshans, you can post your messages on the YouTube live chat by joining as an e-Kailashian member. So if you would like to join as an e-Kailashian, you can visit the website Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and you can click on the join button to become a member. You can also subscribe to the channel to be sure you receive the notifications whenever the channel is live and when new videos are uploaded as well. So you can click on the join button, become a member, become an e-Kailashian, sign up as an e-Kailashian, and you can post live on the chat, on the YouTube chat. So we have many e-Kailashian members joining us right now and watching us right now as we continue the preparation to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti. So you can join as a member and continue to post your messages live on this YouTube chat as well. And you can also share your eagerness in getting ready to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti, your sacred sentiments that you would like to express for Devi Parashakti. You can post all of those in your messages on the YouTube live chat. So again, before we conclude this segment, you can make a note of the website where you can make your various offerings for Devi Parashakti, www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and we'll be continuing with further segments as we get ready to receive Devi Parashakti. So we'll now be continuing with understanding the various facilities being made available for the care of humanity during these times of pandemic. So we'll be listening in from the spiritual embassies of Kailasa, the various facilities being made available for the care of humanity as guided by the Supreme Pontificate himself and as per the guidance of Devi Parashakti herself. So with this, now we'll be moving to the next segments after a short break. Please stay tuned. continue with preparations as we get ready to receive the darshan of Devi Paramashivam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome back to the next segment. In this segment, we are going to learn about the multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam's blessings, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So, what we learn from this segment today concerning statistics on mental health and global peace across the world due to COVID-19 pandemic. What are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's contributions for global peace? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spiritual solutions for COVID-19, Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, glimpses, why temple-based ecosystems, UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions, and join Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures. Countries are facing off each other in deep mistrust. Now let us see some of the statistics, current news. The World Health Organization makes big statement about Delta variant of COVID-19. World Health Organization on Tuesday said that the Delta variant of coronavirus has elbowed out all the other COVID-19 variants of concern that now represent a tiny fraction of the samples, which are being sequenced. Less than 1% of each of alpha, beta, and gamma are currently circulating. It is really predominantly Delta around the world, said World Health Organization technical lead on COVID-19, Manvankar Kove. The Delta variant, which was first detected in India last year, has become more fit and it is more transmittable and it is outcompeting. It is replacing the other viruses that are circulating. She said and added that the variant has been detected in more than 185 nations till date. COVID-19 has now killed more Americans than the influenza pandemic of 1918. The coronavirus pandemic has now killed more Americans than the 1918-19 influenza pandemic did. The 1918-19 flu infected about 25% of Americans and killed an estimated 0.65% with 675,000 1,000 deaths. COVID-19 has infected more than 12% of Americans and killed about 0.2% with 676,000 deaths. Now, the United States death toll from COVID-19 has surpassed 676,000. The coronavirus pandemic has killed more Americans than the 1918-19 influenza pandemic did. Axios and the Associated Press both reported the grim milestone on Monday. So, COVID-19 now officially US deadliest pandemic as the death toll crosses that of 1918 to 1919 flu. People infected with alpha variant exhales 100 times more virus into the air than original COVID strain. 6 feet distance may not be enough to prevent viral transmission indoors. In Washington, physical distancing of 2 meters, about 6.5 feet, may not be enough to sufficiently prevent transmission of virus carrying airborne aerosols indoors, according to a study. The result published in the Journal Sustainable Cities and Society suggests that the physical distance alone is not enough to prevent human exposure to exhaled aerosols and should be implemented with other control strategies such as masking and adequate ventilation. The researchers examined 3 factors: the amount and rate of air ventilated through a space, and indoors airflow pattern associated with the different ventilation strategies, and the aerosol emission mode of breathing versus talking. COVID-19 Delta variant and still most concerning, says the World Health Organization experts. Even with the emergence of the new COVID-19 variant, the Delta strain still the top concern globally, appearing to outcompete others. Senior officials with the World Health Organization were said recently. In US, COVID-19 pandemic is nowhere under control in the United States, says the Chief Medical Advisor, Mr. Anthony Fauci. He said, right now we are still in pandemic mode because we have 160,000 new infections a day. That's not even modestly in good control. In an interview with Axios, the US has reported 40 million cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak of virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. The increase in COVID cases comes as the US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide booster shots of vaccine as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. The surge in COVID variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across US, accounting to the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. In the country of our size, you can't be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You have got to get well before 10,000 before you start feeling comfortable, Mr. Fauci said. COVID-19 violent incidences and fatalities, January 2020 to April 2021. You can see in the statistic that April 2020, there's a spike in the violent incidences. The younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and a depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the younger adults, especially aged 18 to 24, got more affected than the older adults. And the average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and a depressive disorder, what it was January to June 2019 was 11%, and now it rose up to 41% in just beginning of this year. And some more statistics confirming the same, that the COVID-19 pandemic, the younger adults are reporting more anxiety and a depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. Stress in America 2020, a national mental health crisis. COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10, 78% say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, 67% say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19. About 300 have died. Of the health workers who treated patients during China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety. The self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers, depression, what it was 15%, now it rose up to 40.7%, and anxiety was 29% before the pandemic, now it rose up to 72%. 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus on school under the stay at home, and 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. Nearly 70% of women who have experienced these disruptions are concerned their career growth may be limited as a result. The global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020, with per capita income contracting the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. The International Labour Organization, COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. The COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situations. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. And the Mumbai mayor says the third wave is already here. The city mayor has said that the third wave of COVID is already upon Mumbai, pointing to a sudden spike in cases. The third wave of COVID-19 is not coming, it is already here, said the Kishori Patnekar, adding that the announcement regarding the matter had already been made in Nagpur. Speaking of the coming festive season in Maharashtra, the mayor urged people to remain in their homes. The mandals have been asked to allow only 10 people and have them work in shifts, he said. A breakthrough infections found in 25% of health staff. A little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with the coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. A recent study has revealed, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant. The study, jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology and Maximum Hospitals in Delhi NCR, found that the vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. A new coronavirus shows no signs of vaccine resistance, and it was first identified in Colombia in January and has been designated a variant of interest by the World Health Organization. Then how to cope up with the current COVID-19 pandemic? It is important to address the COVID-19 pandemic, which is seeing another wave, destroying many more lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says the pandemic fatigue is setting in as a result of continuous lockdown is resulting in delusional ignorance. Holding on to the delusion and supporting the space of delusional decisions leads to delusional arrogance. Bhava Sankalpa. Continuous lockdown leads to delusional thoughts like, so what, if I die, it's okay. I can't live forever in this lockdown. Going out and then exposing oneself, putting the risk on yourself and others with irresponsibility and insensitivity is the delusional arrogance. The global COVID virus pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life, as it had been experienced even back in 2020, is no longer recognizable. Drastic change is the order of the day. with people having to redefine their world with the new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in their lives and to carry them through this crisis. Join the Kailasa COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below at https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Making peace with nature is possible if we start now. Making peace with nature is possible only if we start now. Even amid pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with nature and set the planet to healing. Now let's watch a small clip. United States Institute of Peace. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflict around the world while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks to the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. a new social contract between people, governments, the private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and appropriate opportunities for all. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism contribution towards the global peace and for the COVID-19, how to face it, how to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. Vedic tradition beautifully describes that yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivana pushyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tadona vigagupshate. Isha Upanishad verse 6. Global peace is the byproduct of individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful, he moves the whole village and whole country. If he is powerful enough, like incarnation, he moves the whole world and manifests peace for them. Whatever level he may be, global peace is the byproduct of the individual bliss. Now let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explaining how to get the individual peace by working on our completion and how it is the byproduct of the global peace.
The more you experience the unified field of consciousness, various words are used. Some of the Hindu traditions uses the word Atma, Brahman. Some of the Hindu traditions use the word Nirvana. Whatever word you may use, Atman, Brahman, Nirvana, unified field of consciousness, whatever. But one thing I want to tell you, the deeper and deeper you go in your inner space, you experience the vast oneness. The more superficial you are, the more incompletions you carry with others, even with yourself. The more superficial you become, even your own right hand and left hand fights with each other. Different parts of you fights with you. Different thoughts of you fights with you. Even you fight with you, the more superficial you go, the more deeper you start traveling. First, you get integrated. The you fighting with you stops. Then, the people around you get integrated. They fighting with you stops. Completion with yourself, then completion with others, then comes completion with other things, not just living beings, even with inanimate beings. The completion starts happening. Even with a nature, completion starts happening. Please understand, the more deeper you travel, the more deeper you go, the more deeper you settle down, the more deeper you start living. Your cognition expands. Your cognition includes. Your cognition becomes more and more inclusive. More joy, more bliss, more knowledge, more enlightenment. Please understand. The more and more completion happens in you, you will see everyone around you feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. Going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much, enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. I tell you, even if death comes at this moment, I can tell you very clearly, I can face the death directly and tell the death, I have enriched every human being more than what I received from anybody. I have given to every human being whom I met in my life more than what I received from them. My accounts is clear. I am ready. Come on, let's go. My accounts is clear. I don't have debt. No credit card money to be paid, loans to be paid, no debit card, no credit card. My accounts is clear. Understand, when you feel everyone is your extension, the power given to you, the power you gain, see, any living is power. Powerful way. Even in that, you will become powerful. So any lifestyle you choose, you will get power in that field. Whether it is exploiting or enriching, murdering or raping or go on serving. Whatever lifestyle you choose, living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you will experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you enrich everyone. The best power you can have through living is power of enriching. Whatever you do, as I said, whether you live the life of enriching or exploiting, you will become powerful. I tell you, the power of exploiting brings more and more conflict within and without. And those conflicts naturally bring suffering. And the power of enriching brings more and more completion in you and in others. This full month, Nithyananda Sangha all over the world. The other day I was seeing, we have officially presence in more than 50 countries. As devotees, group of devotees, we have presence in 100 countries. All over the world, we are going to celebrate this whole month for Global Peace Month, impacting global peace. All of us this whole month will live completion and do samskara dahana kriya, means burning the patterns which separates us from others, burning the patterns which are constantly keeping us in a superficial level. All over the world, we will be doing samskara dahana kriya, burning our patterns and leading us to more and more completion. And we also have special 3 Nitya Dhyana Yoga program teaching people signs of completion and facilitating samskara dahana kriya. This month, 20th, 21st and 22nd, this whole month all over the world, all our temples, ashrams, centers, yoga centers, schools, colleges, universities should do samskara dahana kriya, should do the practice of burning all the incompletions and patterns which leads to conflicts, bringing more and more peace inside us and outside us, spreading peace. This whole month, let's impact global peace. Let us really contribute to the global peace, not just talking about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not just talking about it. Let's do it. Even if you teach the samskara dahana kriya to 50 people in each area, each place where we have centers, ashrams, temples, two-way centers, yoga centers, even 50 people, each Tanidar teaches, enriches them with these signs. The amount of suffering and negative waves, negative vibes reduction can contribute so much to the world. Please understand, one positive person can burn millions people negativity. Experientially, with evidence we proved, one positive person has already burnt at least 20 million people's negativity in last 10 years and brought peace. So each one of you, if you stand up as one positive being, one authentic, responsible, enriching being, I tell you, we can do so much to the world. It will be better place than the time we entered. When we leave, it should be better place. That's all. When we leave the earth, it should be better place. So understand, inner peace is your birthright.
So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says inner peace is a birthright, and he explained how to achieve it. And if each one of us works for our inner peace, which adds up to our global peace. Now let's listen from another video, how individual transformation adds to global peace. How the self-transformation, the secret to achieve the global peace.
Social answer means I'll tell, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do. Socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. If you read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means
Now the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains that Sri Kailas is all about peace-based powerfulness and how each individual has to take responsibility to build peace-based powerfulness.
The space of Shanti, the space of Shanti is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life, or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything, all the 8 energy flow circuits 7 energy flows. 1, the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Listen carefully. Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then let them send the challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is the responsibility of Hindus. We living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching, yoga, meditation, we should also create an ecosystem where the global peace starts manifesting. This Kailasa Hindu micronation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living practicing Hindu to manifest, do it. So the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world. Hindus have the response. Hindus have
join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contributions. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns and Hindu Diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a superconsciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working for the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. Some of the ways the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provide the spiritual solution to combat with the pandemic and other issues. Since the beginning of the global lockdown, the amount of contribution and activism of Kailasa has increased multifold through the Paramashivoham program, bringing the super consciousness breakthrough to the whole humanity. By starting the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna and contributing almost 3 million minutes now. Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting, the sacred Sanskrit mantra chanting to heal 24/7 via Zoom sessions. Spiritual healing to one and all 24/7 and helping humanity to cope up with insecurity, fear, disease by empowering individuals to heal themselves and learn to cope up emotions like depression and tough situations in relationships. Providing alternative solutions to worldly problems through power manifestation. Initiating thousands every day into the power manifesting innate superhuman capabilities in the Kailas courtyard sessions. Providing healthy solutions like a technique to clear stomach from the Ayurvedic solutions, which ultimately brings clarity out to the spiritual truths and give a conscious breakthrough in the long term, establishing self-sufficient communities. Continuing and intensifying the service of Annadan, the free food in Nithyananda Annalayas around the world, including Tirunamalai, Los Angeles, and many other Adhinams. Paving way with the New World Order, starting the agriculture-based communities in Adi Kailas and several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailasa offering various life solutions from the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Offering the Maheshwara Puja to the natural calamities hit victims. Bhava Samadhi Darshan to raise the individual consciousness breakthrough. Devi Parashakti Akashic reading cosmic revelations. Society was created with the delusional ideas of too many human beings, blind spots, and the decisions made from those blind spots. If the visionary of a civilization or country or nation has blind spots when he developed the vision for it, the whole civilization suffers those blind spots forever. Now it's time that nature, Prakriti resets itself. Many of the blind spots-based visions, ideas become important components of the society. This pralaya which is happening is melting down everything which is delusion-based. The world as we know is gone. Let us celebrate God. This isolation which is seemingly endless with an unknown future which is compelling humanity to make 100% lifestyle change is something to be deeply dwelled upon. All problems need to be addressed only with spiritual solution and powerful cognitions. To stop people having mental breakdown, pandemic fatigue, collapsing, depression, destruction, and also give them super consciousness breakthrough and revive the enlightened civilization, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives spiritual solution and powerful cognitions. The spiritual solutions, powerful cognitions, some of them are unclutching, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing ajapa japa of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, consciously building deep feeling connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, and nirahara samyama. It's time we all take responsibility to save humanity, to protect people from the pandemic fatigue and destruction. Let's try to enrich people for every one of these great spiritual solutions. People from over 50 countries continuously radiate the space of Paramashiva by practicing the unclutching meditation 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it started from 13th May Indian Standard Time. At any given time, you can see 4 to 8 zones actively unclutching around the world. You can join this momentum, http://kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. That is again minutes, number 4, peace. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions rooted in the highest truth, the lifestyle based on living and radiating the highest values of life, and powerful way of living and revitalizing, realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aimed at reduce crime globally by conducting mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. Scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after the participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1876, it was found that when 1% of community practiced meditation, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on an average. The current tally on the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged, including all the events, programs, and festivals where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditations and rituals. The total count comes out to be a staggering 409 billion minutes for peace so far. Now you can see some of the glimpses. About 5,000 devotees gathered and participated in a 48-day meditation program called Shuddhadvaitam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has hosted Kumbh Mela in United States of America and Los Angeles since 2007. Nithyananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has organized the first confluence for the world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives saving others on September 11, 2001 at Irvine, California, United States. The second confluence for peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast to other countries, including Australia, Canada, etc. In 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life, to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted large-scale collective meditation in September 21st, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness. One of the greatest contributions that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing the initiating sannyas. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating hundreds of people into Nithyananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute the best things to human civilization, living their life with the cognition that life is for others. These monks and nuns act as the harbingers of peace and empowerment for the human society distraught with violence, depression, and other forms of life negativity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, spiritual journeys, taking spiritual aspirant to high energy sacred spots such as the Himalayas, Kailasa, Varanasi, Angkor, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation. Reviving the original spiritual context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present at these centers and accelerate the journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring individual and collective peace as a natural consequence. The free systems, food systems, hold key to ending the world hunger. Effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, the United Nations has noted a dramatic increase in world hunger. According to the state of the food security and nutrition in the world, the 1/10 of global population, as many as 811 million people, were undernourished in 2020, an increase of 118 million from 2019. According to the Eat Lancet Commission, moving toward the diets with the diversity of plant-based foods, low amounts of animal source foods, unsaturated rather than saturated fats, and limited amounts of refined grains, highly processed foods, and added sugars could prevent between 19 to 24% of all adult deaths each year. Under the No Hunger Red Om project launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has served billions of free meals through the Analaya's food donation centers, the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa worldwide, under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has served over 5 billion meals, organic, sattvic, vegetarian meals so far. Giving free food to all the citizens is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the reference from the Vedas and Agamas. Recently, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, under the humanitarian initiative launched by by opening the Kailasa's COVID care centers in India, where the monastery campuses have been turned into a multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard the inmates against any possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all basic facilities, including medical care, and provided at these COVID care centers, free of cost and for an indefinite time. The outcome has been splendid, with zero infection rate so far among the participants, a feat not achieved anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. This response model of handling the COVID-19 pandemic at a community level, along with the guidelines and recommendations for government, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. Now you can see some of the glimpses that participants of these COVID care centers, this program offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, are enjoying a healthy, blissful, spiritual lifestyle in multi-layered protection. They enjoy stress-free time following a spiritual morning routine, doing yoga, doing puja, temple sevas, voluntary service as Kara Seva, and celebrating festivals, and much more. So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below at http://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Now let us understand the COVID Care Protection Centers are mainly temple-based. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the temple-based ecosystems, and what is the need for the need? They are the need of the hour. Now, in the times when the COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in lockdown because of the risk of the widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. Yet all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of these devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now let's understand with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own voice, he explains about the science of temples.
Antennas, mobile towers, all of them work in the level of certain frequency where the words, pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See, the verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit super consciousness from one place to another place. Please understand. In Meenakshi's time, there was television, conscious television. It used to be in stone slab. And if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, all our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which people were able to connect with the super consciousness have become deities. Same way, all our temples, deities, everything is a connecting mechanism with super consciousness. The mechanism which connects with the super consciousness. Please understand, the deities and temples are not just sentimental carved stones, or they are not just artistic sculptures. They are conscious transmitters. They raise you to the super consciousness. In each house in Vedic tradition, we have a puja room. All the puja rooms are your private conscious airport, are conscious transmission centers. The main temple is the place from where continuous super consciousness is radiating. So if you just sit and connect with a deep feeling connection, see, in those days human beings were so beautiful and simple. Just remembering the name of the deity is enough. They are already in connection with the deity. That feeling connection. When I read Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it says, sit in Siddhasana and be in Samadhi. That's all. So the human beings were so simple in those days. Just if you sit in Siddhasana, you are already in Samadhi. If you sit, your mind sits. Now, if you sit, your mind sits. Mind is completely away from the body. In those days, human beings are so simple and intelligent. All the non-mechanical parts of their brain were awakened. It is Western culture which killed the non-mechanical parts of the brain, the functions of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Please understand, in the Vedic civilization, always human beings were brought up in such a way that non-mechanical parts of the brain was fully alive and awakened. It is a cultural invasion, destroyed the greatest possibility of the human being when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is not functioning anymore. The temples, deities, all these are looking useless. Otherwise, they are a huge conscious infrastructure. Please understand. One example, suddenly, if we find some method to travel just 20 feet above the air or 30 feet above the air without petrol or diesel, all our automobiles, roads, everything will become useless. Then you will wonder, why so many automobile industries are established? Why so many cars are produced? Why this huge road waste? I think our ancestors are fools. You don't understand. At one period, it was used. It was being useful. Our temples, our deities, all these are useful if all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. Unclutching is the process to awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain. When your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, you will understand temples, deities, how useful they are, how directly useful they are, how they are part of our life, how they enrich our life, and how they make human beings intelligent, enlightened. These are the methods created to create enlightened civilization. These grand temples are not built as an just monument. They are built as a conscious movement. It is not like Egyptian pyramids, monuments. No. It is conscious movement to raise human beings to the highest consciousness, to make human beings experience the highest purpose. Understand, unclutch, use the temples to achieve the highest consciousness.
Now let us see some of the Akashic readings by the Devi Parashakti. Listen well to my words. On 13th May 2021, Devi revealed that, listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar, go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without talking just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Crores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana Vada feast and medicine to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, the ship is there. On 14th May 2021, Devi revealed that whoever comes to Adi Kailasa and does the good work of saving people from deadly corona, I myself will do all of their work. And this is the commitment Paramashakti is giving you all. Parameshwari, I will do what I say. On 31st May 2021, Devi revealed that the hell of Krimi Bhojanam mentioned by the Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and preventing it is the only way. I have opened Adi Kailasa for those who want to save their lives. All of you run to Adi Kailasa. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The various COVID care centers opened across India are Adi Kailas in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem, Tiruvannamalai, Rajapalam, Pattanam, Sirangapadi, Madurai, Avattipalam, Huzur, all are from Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat, Sripuram Adinam from Hyderabad, and Sale and Puduvai Adinam from Pondicherry. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. The various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, and various spiritual services are also offered, and cosmic revelations on global pandemic. Free social services are medical care, allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks and organic farming. Join the Kailasa's COVID care production centers and join now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. The sovereign order of Kailasa, worldwide inspired and guided by the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to save lives. A one-of-a-kind humanitarian charitable service massively mobilized to provide protection and preventive COVID care in this testing time of global meltdown. Through this initiative, Kailasa has been consistently supporting people through the free food banks, Annadan, free medical care, and many more services. The impact of mental disorders and lack of spiritual strength during a humanitarian crisis are often difficult to assess. They inflict on lasting damage. To assuage this, Kailasa is offering spiritual program, temple event, and spiritual healings online. Kailasa's recommendations on COVID-19 and multilateralism to be presented at a UN Assembly and Human Rights Council. Kailasa's report and recommendations on an international treaty on COVID got accepted and published by the United Nations. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, require true multilateralism, governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. Kailasa has been successfully providing grassroots solid solutions in multifarious ways, including providing sustainable community livings with multi-layered quarantine, educating citizens and on individual pandemic management, leveraging the best of different economic systems based on clarity, barter, and money, providing food security and traditional Hindu medicine. These unique contributions have been recognized by the United Nations, and you can read the full article on their website www.ohchr.org. You can also find this article in Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Facebook profile page. You can click on the article and read the full article by yourself. So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. So with this, we're moving on to the next part of the segment and with a short break.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையும் தரும் நித்யனின் தரிசனம் தன்னை தானறியவே இவை அசைவினில் தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் மறைப்பொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி தொகும் தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே மறைப்பொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி தொகும் தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே அவர் வேண்டி வேண்டி திரளான கூச்சமுவை தேடி வரும் அல்லவா மலை நான்கின் பொருளுணர்த்த நானும் கண்டருள கையிலை உதித்ததல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போய் உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தேனல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போய் உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தேனல்லவா உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் என் தரிசனம் தன்னை தான் அறியவே இவை அசைவில் தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் கடலும் கரைகளும் முத்திரு கைகள் தந்ததே இரவும் பகலுமே உந்திரு கண்ணில் அசையுதே நாங்கள் என்ன கோள்கள் என்ன உம்மை பற்றிட ஏழு புவனங்களும் உம்மை சுற்றிட பொருளும் அருளும் தர மனதின் இருள் விலக பரமசிவ தரிசனம் பல சித்த புருஷர்களின் ஞானி யோகிகளின் தவமெனின் தரிசனம் அடியும் முடியையும் ஒன்றாய் காண்பதற்கு கையிலையில் தரிசனம் சதுர்வேத கோஷமுடன் நாத கீதங்களின் ஒளியில் இடி தரிசனம் பாலனியாமே உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்யனின் தரிசனம் கண்ணை தான் அறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்யனின் தரிசனம் கண்ணை தான் அறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம்
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedar, Kotari, visitors, viewers, Sarvanyapita Yajamans, Kartas, Vidyeshwara, Ganeshwara, Mantreshwara, Lokeshwara, Astreshwara. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message from Kailasa. Listen. Physics of the conscious sovereignty is all about building body with a spiritual stamina to hold the conscious sovereignty and radiate the conscious sovereignty. Listen. I'm just filled with the Paramashiva space. The me I am experiencing in me is the cosmic me, the Paramashiva. And I also know the me you are experiencing in you right now is also part of the Paramashiva's me, cosmic me. With this deep love of oneness, you are Paramashiva, I am Paramashiva. We both put together is part of Paramashiva. He has filled me, awakened me, enlightened me, manifesting in me with that extreme joy, ecstasy I am sharing with you. Raw, naked truth as it is. As it is. Listen. With extreme love and compassion, I am sharing it as it is. Listen. Spiritual stamina means your ability to cognize Paramashiva, letting him manifest his will, his experience of himself. That is what is most important. See, whoever decides to trust my introduction about me, I feel so overwhelmingly loved by them and loving them. Listen. Love means whoever trusts your introduction up by yourself, about yourself, you simply love that person and that person simply loves you. Listen. When you trust Krishna's introduction about himself, who he is, how he is, how he feels about himself, Adityanam Aham Vishnu, how Krishna declares among the Adityas. So, he opens himself. When you feel connected, you decide to feel connected, you choose to like, love, trust what Krishna introduces about him as as himself. When you decide to trust, simply Krishna consciousness manifests in you. If you decide to trust the anti-Krishna gang, abusers, their version of Krishna, how Saguni talks about Krishna and Krishna's sexuality, how Shishubala talks about Krishna and Krishna's sexuality, how Shishubala describes Krishna and Krishna's people. Shishubala may give very valid, logical evidences for your independent investigation. He may have everything to support your independent investigation. The selfie Krishna took when he hugged his gopikas may be available for you. Whether the Shishubala and his culinary gang, the Shishubala gang is able to convince you or not able to convince you, the moment you decide to follow Shishubala's description about Krishna, you will reach the same space Shishubala is in. You will attract the same kind of people Shishubala like, and you will naturally be in Shishubala's gang and die, rot, destroy yourself. Listen. Whom you choose to trust, feel connected, you fall into that gang. Whenever you choose to decide, you decide to listen about my introduction about me, my definition about me. You enjoy the space given to me by Paramashiva. Now I am introducing me. The me in me is manifestation of cosmic me, Paramashiva Paramburul. It has realized the me in you is also part of Paramashiva. Listen. So sit sincerely with the decision. You, me, both are part of Paramashiva, and that Paramashiva is awakened in me, and now giving this satsang and Shaktipada, Shaktinipada to awaken Paramashiva in you. That's all. This is the exact, precise, truthful, honest introduction of what is happening now as me, as you, as cosmic Paramashiva. So understand, sit with this cognition. Whatever I am talking will become reality in you. Whatever I am revealing will become reality in you. So first thing, physics of conscious sovereignty. Conscious sovereignty is the ultimate of life. Physics of conscious sovereignty is building a body with a spiritual stamina. Listen intensely. Listen carefully, deeply. Every word now I utter can become your realization, your experience. So listen. Building a body with a conscious stamina. Actually, building a body with a spiritual stamina, conscious stamina, is very easy job. Too easy. I can give you just some 10-15 simple tips. If you start following for few days, automatically you will build a body with a conscious stamina. which can manifest Paramashivatva. Because my gurus have done it for me. I know the precise methodology. Without wasting much time, I can teach you. Many instructions, tips I would have given you. Please add castor oil in your food every day, at least 1 teaspoon. See, don't add too much castor oil, then you may feel dehydrated, tired. At least 1 or 2 teaspoon per day or per meal. See, if you are taking only 1 meal a day, then go for just 1 teaspoon, not more than that. So based on the food intake, choose. These are 2 simple instructions. It's not something very difficult, complicated, very simple. Vegetarian lifestyle, what I claim, that Shaivite lifestyle, most easiest lazy man's method to build a conscious sovereignty spiritual body. Listen. Conscious sovereign space, the conscious sovereignty space, that stamina, body with that stamina, once you start manifesting, you will feel so happy to live inside your body. I'll give you 2 simple instructions and few truths to build the physics. Listen. Physics of the conscious sovereignty is building strong physical body with a spiritual stamina that starts manifesting the right physics, everything you need for manifesting conscious stamina. I tell you, I can give you 1 or 2 examples. When you start having spiritual stamina, conscious stamina, you will carry such an amazing space. Anyone can ask anything. You will never feel irritated. You just know you are so happy they asked you. You will never feel demanded. You are so happy. The people come into your space. More and more people you enjoy in your space, more and more you are a successful being. Because you know your pure space never gets trampled by even millions of people entering into your space. The conscious stamina triggers, snowballs initiates thousands of good things in your life. I tell you, 1 teaspoon castor oil can keep you in a pleasant mood 24 hours. Don't take my words casually. I am very serious. If you start doing it, you will understand. If you start doing it, you will understand. Within 6 months, you will understand. If you are a person constantly irritated, easily triggered, just use castor oil. You may think, what, castor oil? To remove the irritation? Yes, I am telling you. Castor oil will remove the parasites sitting inside your stomach, which triggers irritation continuously. The castor oil and parasites are anti. They don't like each other. And I tell you, I am a Dhyana Siddha by birth. By birth, master in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, because even while entering into the body, I carried my Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Within the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi only, I even assumed this body. Even I had once a difficulty in Tiruvannamalai during the Deepam festival. The roadside, the gulfi ice, people will come and sell gulfi ice. In those days, the gulfi ice will not be available regularly in Tiruvannamalai. Only during the festival times, big festival times, it will be available. So, Raghupati Yogi, he always takes me from home to the temple to teach yoga and brings me back, and he will be actually holding my hand, literally, and walking, especially during these festivals, a lot of crowd. Na? So he will hold my hand and walk. That gulfi ice guys, they will have a bell in their cycle, tricycle, and sell the gulfi ice. I was listening to that bell. That bell was very nice sound. I was looking at the bell and listening. Raghupati Yogi thought that I want that ice cream. That's why I'm looking at that tricycle. He asked, you want to eat that gulfi ice? I neither said yes nor said no, because there was no interest in that ice cream, because I never tasted it and I don't know what it is. And I was only listening to that bell, very nice sound. I did not say yes or no, but he thought maybe I want, but I am feeling a little shy to ask him. So he told, Varakane sapla. He gave me, he bought and gave one ice, and when I ate, I really enjoyed. It was very tasty. The way I ate itself, he understood, I enjoyed, so he got one more. I enjoyed that also. Until the second one, I did not ask. The third one, I myself said, get one more. Then he started laughing. He said, more than this, I don't know whether you will catch cold, because usually the Deepam festival comes in a cold season. That December, November, December is the time Deepam festival comes. So naturally weather was also cold. So he said, I don't know whether you will catch cold. But because I asked, he could not say, he didn't want to say no, he just got. Finally, I ate 5. And next day, he was making me do some process. The impact of the cold weather and the gulfi ice cream, both had little kapha. So he was asking me to sit in certain position to help me do my spiritual process. Usually he will make me sit and do any rituals need to be done, like a yajna or homa, small havan or puja, and then initiate me into the pranayama or the kriya which I am supposed to do. And he did all that rituals. And he started initiating me, telling me to do what I am supposed to do. But I was missing few steps, especially some of the kumbhaka, some of the pranayama. If I have to hold the breath for 60 seconds, he will just tell that I have to hold till he counts 60. I will just hold. That's all. There is no question of that 58, I will leave the breath, or 59, I'll start changing the breathing pattern. Nothing. Simply I'll obey what he says. That day, at least 2 times, I missed the count. He was counting 1, 2, sometimes just to test me. After number 20 or 30, he will miss and he will start. No, wait. I'll start. Then he will again start 1, 2, 3. He's an amazing, extremely loving, patient guru. I only visualize them, their love for me, their patience for me, the way they worked on me. Whenever I need to work with my kids, this is what exactly I remember. I just hold them in my inner space. That is why I keep all their photographs. And I want all the ashrams to keep all their photographs just for the amount of tyaga they have done. And he was counting, but 2-3 times I missed that pranayama count. The coherence, the number of seconds I need to hold, I missed. Before he completed the number, I released the breath. I changed the flow of the breath. He understood that kapha is inside. 5 gulfi ice cream, that kapha is inside. And he just got the karsalangani leaf, and a few leaves, and put it in his thumb and put it on my upper palate. Nicely started rubbing with his thumb. The whole pitta and kapha came out through all the 5 holes. 2 eyes, nose, mouth, and through the ears. Through the ears, it won't come like a liquid or solid. It will come like a sound, air. The whole pitta came out. Kapha came out. Then he made me sit. Not only I could perform the pranayama, I could simply see the visualization I am supposed to hold during the pranayama. I tell you, after that, throughout my life, during wandering any time, I never suffered, never took any allopathy medicine for cough or cold, kapha or pitta. Please understand. If you are Ayurvedic doctor, you will understand what I am saying. Pitta makes your mind feel the mental suffocation. Kapha makes your body feel the suffocation. Pitta binds you, chains you mentally. Kapha binds you, chains you physically. Physically means internal organs. After this one understanding, of course, even now I don't enjoy ice cream. Rarely, if the disciples want to eat, to give company, if needed, sometimes I take, but there is no liking for the ice cream or any food. That is different. But even due to weather change or any reason, never ever I suffered by pitta or kapha. I want to tell you all, so much of suffering you all go through in your life due to pitta and kapha, and not even know that it is because of pitta and kapha. See, when you feel the suffocation inside your internal organs due to kapha, you scream at everyone. When you suffer the pitta, even you are not sure about your future. Please understand. See, after that, many times I used to do the same. I'll make that karsalangani either as a paste or a powder or some form, just leaf or kalvathila vechi arachi. It means kalvam is a stone, small stone on that. If you keep the leaf and put little water and make it like a paste. In some form, I'll apply it on my thumb and put it on the palate, upper palate. So the whole pitta and kapha will come out. Listen carefully. It's very important. Because the pitta and kapha is cleansed again and again, not only I never suffered the cough, cold and its impact, I always felt very stable about myself and my future decision. Listen carefully. Your pitta is responsible for making you doubt about yourself and about your future. See, many times you feel insecure. Oh, if I take sannyas, will I be happy in Kailasa? If I take up this commitment, will I be happy in my life? Not being sure about yourself, you destroy your life so much. So many wonderful things in your life is lost because you don't feel sure about yourself. Especially spiritually, consciously. I've seen so many people have this problem. Will I be happy if I take sannyas? Will I be able to be peaceful and happy if I choose to be with Swamiji? Will I be happy if I choose to be in Kailasa? All you need is just this Karsalangani powder, Karsalangani leaf, and every day apply on your upper palate and clean the whole pitta and kapha. Make your body samatva body, samatva sarira. I tell you, not only my guru gave me 5 gulfi ice cream, he gave me something, the greatest, which is useful in my life till today. That is using Karsalangani and taking out all the pitta and kapha and making me balanced. Listen, whenever your internal organs are strong, your breathing becomes strong. strong breathing builds a strong internal organs, strong body. Very easily you will build strong muscles. Karsalanganni powder, taking it in your thumb, applying on the upper palate and cleaning all the kapha and pitta is such a simple act. It's not at all difficult. Karsalangani is available even in Amazon nowadays. That powder. And it's available in every village home in India. In every village, you will see Karsalangani, Ponnanganni, Murungakkira. Add all this stuff in your life every day. Karsalanganni, Ponnanganni, Tooduvala, Murungakkira. Just the simple instruction. I tell you, strong internal organs, when the kapha is cleansed, you get the stamina in your breathing, strong breathing. When pitta is cleansed, you get the strong visualization. You will not have doubt about yourself. When sometimes people tell me, Swamiji, I can't handle, I don't know how to care about how to carry on with my life. I feel like I may have a mental breakdown. This problem is because of the pitta. If you ever had the feeling, oh, I may have a mental breakdown, I cannot handle this, I'm feeling suffocated. If you had this problem, your problem is simply pitta, nothing else. Apply Karsalanganni on your upper palate. Clean your pitta. You will have so much confidence about you. You will have so much confidence about you. I tell you. You may never imagine such a simple acts can solve such huge problems in your life. You don't even need to do this cleaning the pitta and kapha every day. But actually, if you start using, you may really enjoy it and you may start doing every day. If you start doing every day, great. But even if you do 3 times a day, 4 times a day, you will start feeling so much of confidence about yourself. You will be so sure of you. Yes, I can handle life. See, samatvam means at any situation of my life, I am only going to decide everything as per dharma, and same way I will live and leave the body with the same dharma. If needed, I will take another one body, continue to strengthen my dharma till I reach moksha. Over. Being sure about yourself, adopting dharma as the strategy for life. is the most ultimate peaceful decision you can take in your life. Once you decide, come what may, I am going to decide everything, handle everything based on dharma. Over. That moment, you are enlightened, you are liberated, you are free. Because after that, you don't need your cunning, strategic, culinary mind. See, this extremely selfish, violent, strategic mind may brainwash you that it is very useful for you and can bring a lot of benefits to you in your life. But it takes away your peace by making you doubt about yourself and literally destroys your confidence on you. Listen, if you are a person always strategizes with extreme selfishness, cunningness, calculativeness, and believe that is the best way to exist, all the time you will have a self-doubt. Did I take the right decision early in my past? Am I taking the right decision in the present? Am I squeezing the orange called world life and getting the maximum juice and pleasure out of it for me? Am I really making the world productive for me? In this constant cunningness, you will burn yourself. And this creates so much of stress, suffocation, suffering inside you. Your whole life becomes cunning strategy, and even you are afraid whether you will be able to retain your cunning strategic existence continuously, because you will be attracting the same type of people cunning around you, and everyone around you also will know that you are a complete cunning strategist. Understand? Then you put yourself in a hell. I tell you, a simple, sweet being attracts the same kind of people around him, around them, and create that kind of ecosystem, and everyone feels that person is simple, sweet, and you create a beautiful ecosystem for you to enjoy your life. I tell you, best thing you can earn by being a simple, loving, sweet being, you will attract that same kind of people around you, and people around you will experience you as a sweet being. That gives an amazing ultimate protection, completion for you forever. This is the greatest gift. Greatest gift being loving can get you is the beings who are loving. Being loving will get you beings who are loving. Being cunning will get you beings who are cunning for you. That's the worst hell. So you can create heaven or hell. It depends on how you decide about you. If you decide, from now, ahimsa paramo dharmaha, dharma is the center with which I'll make all decision. No question of cunning, selfish, constantly exploiting strategies, because those strategies may get small benefits in the initial level, but will start developing deep self-doubt in you, and that feeling, you not being sure about you and how you will behave and live your life in the future. And finally, it will lead to implosion, you collapsing internally. Decide swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Krishna says, even if you practice what I am teaching a little bit, problems of mountain size will be destroyed. Even if you follow the Guru Vak little bit, tons of problems will be destroyed, which is even unknown to you. See, the best thing is when you follow the Guru Vak, simple instructions, the greater problems just disappear. They don't even show up in front of you. You may not even know how many problems you avoided, you escaped. Just this one Karsalangani, cleaning the Vada and Kapha and Pitta. How much I became sure about me. See, when the Kapha and Pitta is balanced, you don't feel suffocated mentally or physically in your internal organs. So you will always take very dharmic decisions, not irritated, agitated, aggressive mood. You will not make decisions. All decisions you make during the I, Kapha and Pitta are dangerous to your life and to your existence. Keeping the Kapha and Pitta balanced will make you always take very sweet, beautiful decisions. Life will flow such powerful way. You know, even if you obey Guru's instruction, one small instruction, 10,000s of big problems will not even come to you. Not only you will be solving any problem comes to you, there are many problems which will never come to you. Many problem will never come to you. Any problem which comes to you, you will simply dissolve it. That is why even now I have the habit. I will not calculate my Guru Vaks to the direct benefit it brings. See, if I calculate, if I apply Karsalangani on my upper palate and remove the Vada, Pitta, Vada, the Kapha and Pitta and Kapha, I will not catch cold. I can breathe freely. If I calculate and make the logical decision, only when I have a cough, cold, I will practice and I will have the benefit. But many times simply I'll follow the Guru Vak. Wherever I see the Karsalangani in my wanderings and wherever I can get, simply I'll start applying. Because I just want to do what my Gurus told me. Because of my obedience to my Guru Vak, Not only I never suffered with cough, cold, the kapha and pitta problems, I always had a samatva, balanced decision making, dharmic decision making, inner space, which brought tremendous strength about me, being sure about me. I tell you, when I got out of my home, when I left my home, I never had insecurity or not being sure about how I will handle my future, whatever future brings, how I will handle, never had a problem. Same way, in 40, literally after establishing kingdoms, everything I need for my life, I just walked out of everything. I had the same spirit, courage, confidence. I can rebuild. I can create what I want. I can face my life. Whatever my life brings, I can handle it. I was so sure about me. Me being sure about my ability to handle the future, whatever future may bring, that is what I call my Shraddha towards my Guru Parampara. Hey, I will obey my Guru Vak. Come what may, I have the confidence to face it. That's all was my inner space. When I stepped out of Adi Kailash campus, people who were with me, they are the witness. I made the statement, it is time to make Hindu Samrajya, Hindu nation. I just know whatever life brings, I can handle it. With the grace of my Guru Parampara, Paramashiva, I made it. Actually, they made it. Their grace, their blessings, their energy. They made the Kailasa. They manifested it now. Listen. You being sure about you to live the Guru Vak is the greatest spiritual stamina. I'm repeating. You being sure about you to live the Guru Vak is the spiritual stamina. Castor oil, applying Karsalanganni every day with your thumb on the upper palate and cleaning the pitta and kapha. All these simple acts will bring spiritual stamina in your life. You will be sure about following the Guru Vak, the highest vision for you. You will be so sure about it. You will have so much of spiritual stamina, confidence. Simply you will manifest Paramashiva in you. The biggest negativity in your life is your fear. Will I be able to handle myself if I just follow my Guru Vak? If I just go with my guru's words? Will I be able to handle what life brings it to me? Will I have the stamina to handle? Will I have a mental breakdown? Will I collapse? Hey, how can you die by drinking nectar? Many times people tell me, if I meditate, if I do unclutching, will I have mental breakdown? Will I die? There is no document, record ever in the whole world. Anybody having a mental breakdown through unclutching or death by meditating. By not meditating, there were millions having mental breakdown, had and having. By not unclutching, there are millions who die very cheap death. Even in death, there should be dignified death. I am seeing now in this pralaya, in this corona, people are so suffocated to keep themselves inside a room or a house. They feel it's okay. I just want a fresh air. I cannot handle this anymore. Let me go out for a walk. Just for fresh air, they go out and leave the breath itself. For fresh breath, they go out. Get corona, get fresh body itself, not just fresh breath. I am seeing, understand? Now the next level variants of corona. Corona plus, Delta plus and Lambda corona. All these are not only highly infectious, high death rate. Even though people know all this information, just the imaginary suffocation, unable to mentally handle the pitta and kapha. Pitta is responsible for mental suffocation. Unable to handle the pitta, they go out and get the real problem called corona. See, pitta is only an imaginary problem. Your mental suffocation is just imaginary problem. But corona is the real physical problem. Listen. Not having the conscious stamina, spiritual stamina, not having the spiritual stamina can even kill you. All these people, due to suffocation, mental suffocation, go out and get corona and die, are all dying just because they were not taught the science of unclutching and meditation. If they had the fortune of getting the unclutching and meditation in their life, they will know how to handle their mental suffocation. Unclutching is as simple as applying the Karsalanganni powder on your upper palate and cleaning the pitta and kapha. Many people are asking the name of the Karsalanganni, other names of Karsalanganni. I know only these two names, Karsalanganni and Bringaraj. I don't know the English technical name. Maybe you guys can Google Karsalanganni and Bringaraj. These two are the names I know of the leaf I am talking about, the herb I am talking about. So now listen. Just not able to handle your suffocation. Inner space. You getting the real problem. Like real corona. Criminal negligence becoming crime itself. See, you not able to handle your suffocation, your pitta, all this is criminal negligence. Finally, it becomes crime itself when you get the corona. So I want to give one more information. The Karsalangani is also called false daisy. False daisy is an English word used for Karsalangani, Bringaraj. Actually, it should be named as a true daisy. I don't know why they named it as a false daisy. Anyhow, that is the word in use. Okay. Listen. Let me give you basic few revelations to achieve spiritual stamina. Your body with a spiritual stamina is the fundamental requirement for manifesting conscious sovereignty, Paramashivatva. And it is not difficult, too simple. As I said, just applying Karisalangani and cleaning the Pitta and Kapha has made me feel so secure about me, sure about me, and my ability to handle come what may. See, my ability to handle come what may is my Shraddha to my Guru Parampara, to my Paramashiva, Arunagiri Yogishwara. You can see how they initiated the virtuous circle in me. I simply obey their words, and that brings so much of benefits. So that makes me so sure about my future. And that is what is the trust on my Guru Parampara. So the love feeds trust, trust feeds love, love feeds more trust feeds more love. That just becomes such powerful virtuous circle and becomes enlightenment, oneness, Paramadvaita. That's all. That's all. I think getting into that virtuous circle is what is the conscious stamina, spiritual stamina. Listen carefully. I never strategized and obeyed my Guru's words. Simply my Guru walk, I'll do it. Over. Even now I am seeing many people are trying to say, oh, Corona is settled, it is not that bad. Be very clear, it is not settled. Now all these people moving around freely in the market. The other day I saw in the media, the news, so much crowd in that Chennai shopping street, Ranganathan Street or the T Nagar. Like a festival, Utsava, Deepavali. Oh God. Dress is so important than life. Or are they buying dresses to dress up when they are dead? I don't know. I don't know why the dress and jewels are so important than life itself. I could not understand. See, people going to food to get groceries, at least that I can, okay, tolerate. Because without food they will die. They can't be without food. But people going for clothes, jewels, other things, I just don't know what to say. And I am telling you, the social setup of India is going to terribly fail Indians in this Corona time. When I say India, it's not just the India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, that same mental setup countries, Malaysia, Nepal, everywhere, this collective integrity missing. See, they don't care about others dying by they spreading the corona. They don't care about the mask. They don't care about people. Sometimes when people get corona, they get so vengeful. They go and spread also without telling. Please listen. Listen carefully. With Paramashiva's grace, directly Paramashiva himself manifesting with so much effort. I saved Jyotika. She is alive. She is not dead. She is saved. But still she has not recovered completely. She has not recovered completely. Still I am not able, I am working. Still she has not become completely healthy. I am not able to make her travel from Chennai to Bangalore because the oxygen level goes ups and downs. She is alive. She is corona negative, means corona free. But still she has not recovered, become healthy. And once she becomes healthy, I have to work and detox her body to start manifesting powers. That is another huge task. Because corona does large damage to the internal organs. Even if they don't die, the damage done to the internal organs and for their physical activism and mentally being alive, those capabilities damaged is extreme. It takes such huge effort to recover them and retrieve them and completely bring them back to normal. Literally like a conscious blanket, I surrounded her. Of course, few more of my disciples who caught corona. Literally, I was sitting in samadhi and surrounding them as conscious blankets, protecting them, recovering, healing them. It's like a literally conscious ventilator, the spiritual super ventilator protection. Even with that, I could only save them. They are alive, but yet to recover completely. Understand the corona and its impact. Don't take it light. And especially in India, people freely moving around does not mean corona is over. Actually, the people freely moving around, they are inviting the third wave corona quickly. And the worst thing with the third wave corona is it is going to be the Delta plus and Lambda. The worst viruses. The viruses. What to say that? Its own updated version. I don't want to make further statements about corona. I only want all my disciples who obey me, just stay home, stay safe, have multi-layer quarantine in your home. If you cannot, go to Adi Kailash and save yourself before it becomes too late. Especially countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Malaysia. Now I heard the good news. Even the Malaysians can travel to India. If you want to save yourself, simply go to Adi Kailash, where you are given multi-layer quarantine. Be there. Safeguard yourself before it becomes too late. Multi-layer quarantine is too important. Let me reveal more and more sacred secrets to build conscious stamina. Have Haritaki, Tuduvale, Murunga leaf in your food regularly. Just the simple 10-20 instruction. I can put it elaborately and share it with you all. Whatever I share today, start doing Vakyartha Sadas. The speed with which people are coming out and moving around, India or Malaysia or Nepal or Bangladesh or Pakistan, everywhere, I can see very clearly they are inviting the third wave, which I don't want to talk much about it. I can only say that they are bringing worst thing on themselves. Because the collective integrity is not there. People don't care about what will happen to the whole society. See, people think, oh, what is there if few people get corona and they go to hospital, and it is not that easy, that simple. When the medical infrastructure is broken, failing by overload, so many other things are broken, failing due to overload. Social infrastructure, administration infrastructure, judicial everything gets overloaded. And the anarchy and chaos, where unjustified number of deaths and losses, and no value for life. No value for life. Don't listen to anybody's opinion about corona. Just protect yourself with multi-layer quarantine. That's all. Just protect yourself with multi-layer quarantine. Neither get constipated by conspiracy theories, nor get cheated by this positive idea Bhagwas. Just have multi-layer quarantine and protect yourself before it is too late. Especially people in the Asian countries. In US, the society structure itself is a quarantine structure. Nobody comes to your home that without invitation or freely, easily. In India, anyone will walk into any house. That is the way social structure is. I still remember, if the home main door is locked, people will ask, hey, why are you keeping the house door locked in the daytime? In the daytime, you are not supposed to keep the house main door locked. So if you have any relatives, friends, especially all my disciples all over the world, my Adinavasis, my Gurukul kids, my Sannyasis, my Brahmacharis, my Brahmacharinis, all of you listen. I am talking to you directly. If you have your family, if you have your friends, if you have any important people you need to protect, Either get them out of Asian countries, India, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Nepal, Pakistan, all that, Indonesia, that area, Malaysian countries, get them out. Or get them to Adi Kailash, where they can have multi-layer quarantine. Do one in these two. Prevention is the best way to protect yourself from corona. Because the third wave may be the worst wave. The death rate is too high. Delta plus and lambda corona, these are too high death rate. Infection rate, the way they spread, before even you realize or go to hospital, the person is killed. The person is dead. Before even you realize you have corona, you are dead. Before even you are taken to hospital due to any symptom or complication, you are dead. That's the way it is going. So, the social structure of India is going to fail Indians during this pandemic. This freely moving around, freely touching, freely going anywhere, anyone, and going to shops, luxury shops, going for shopping. I don't know. When I saw the crowd in Ranganathan Street in Tinagar, I was shocked. In that crowd, corona may get killed. That level of crowd. Abba. That's all I have to say. Multi-layer quarantine in your home is not possible. If it is really possible, it is possible only in Adi Kailash. So go there and save yourself. Is all I can say for now. And if you are already in Adi Kailash, celebrate. You are directly protected by Paramashiva. You are in his space. Enjoy the safety and security given by Paramashiva directly. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, collective integrity and enriching causing, living Paramadvaitam, the Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढा श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूपा परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्रीज